Jonathan, tell me when you were ready.
Oh yeah, ready to
go. Oh, okay. All right, I call this meeting of the Isla Vista Community Service District Policy Committee to order at 6:02 p.m. I'm going to announce that this meeting is being recorded and take a roll call. Director Craig.
Here.
Director Aguilar.
here.
Director Freeman. I am also here. Right. Now going into the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Chumash people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Chumash elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Anascoyo, the land that Isla Vista sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Chumash community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Moving on to our public comment period. At this time, any member of the public may speak on matters in the subject matter jurisdiction of the policy committee that are not on the agenda. The committee will not take action on any item not on the agenda, except as provided by law. Jonathan, do we have any public comment?
There's no one in the Zoom besides.
Seeing none, moving on to discussion and action items, section number 3.1, part-time employee holidays policy. The committee will review the proposed part-time employee holidays policy, give direction to staff, and or recommend the policy to the board. John.
Okay, so we've been talking about this. Let me share my screen. So we've been talking about our part-time employee holiday policy for a little bit now, since we started to have part-time employees be more common with us, part-time permanent. We had originally designed all our policies when we only had one employee, which was me working full-time. So it's just part of that relook at things. And I worked with our legal counsel to look at, have a review of this before I brought it forward. And essentially the idea here is to make it so that our part-time employees receive paid time off on federal holidays and the winter recess, but at a prorated amount to, the percent time they work. So if they work 50% of full time, they get 50% of the day paid. Right now, the practice is, the way we've approached it in the past is you work 20 hours. If there's a Monday, this is a day, a week where we had that, the Monday's off. So you work Tuesday through Friday, your 20 hours. And then you still get all your time to work. So this would be to add the part-time employees into getting the day off, but they wouldn't get, they'd get it for however their half time is. So 4 hours. If you work 75%, 6 hours. It's pretty similar to our vacation time policy, which is, you get the 120 hours a year, but if you're part-time, it's prorated to whatever your time is. So our part-time employees right now get 60 hours per year. And then another thing that Jamie pointed out that we could fix for the rest of the district is our winter recess doesn't say directly that it's paid in the policy, but all our job descriptions have said that. So it has, it has been the policy essentially by approving the job descriptions. They're all approved saying paid time off for winter recess, but it doesn't say it explicitly in this. So she recommended we make it explicit if that's what we want to do, or make it explicit that it's not paid time. So anyways, that's just something I heard from her today on, but otherwise it would be to just, mention that it's for the part-time at a prorated amount as well. So want to hear your thoughts.
Verify, I understand the document that we were provided has 4 sections on it, 2 of which are blank, C and D. And then B is for the vacation policy. Is that something that's already in place?
Yeah, it's just for reference.
Okay, we're only looking at the addition of A, holidays.
Yeah, and that's already there. We would just be changing it from full-time to permanent employees, which is already defined elsewhere in our policy manual as the employees that are permanently in place and not like our interns and such. So because when we wrote these policies, we wrote them only with having full-time employees in mind. So it says offices are closed for full-time employees. Even in the vacation policy, it says vacation time off with pay is available to full-time employees.
From
So
an agenda procedural perspective, I'm kind of confused. So
yes,
we were handed on the agenda here, this part-time employee holiday policy. The committee will review the proposed part-time employee holidays policy.
yeah,
The link is to this document which we were given.
part-time holiday.
Does it, where's the,
That's the name of it.
that's the name of it, but the document says IVCSD's offices will be closed and full-time employees given paid time off.
That's the existing policy. We
Right.
would be striking full-time and making it permanent.
Okay,
That's
I
how you
don't,
apply it to everyone.
I don't think we can legally vote on this. There's no, we were agendized to review this policy, and the linked policy does not have the wording that you're discussing.
I'm saying that's the change we should make.
But so we have to have an agenda that says that we are considering a change that make this change, but we don't have any consideration of a change. We only have a,
Sorry, I'm not following. I mean, this is the policy we would have to create a part-time employee policy. You would just change the one word.
sure, but
Yeah.
then we would have to have a document which actually has that word changed. Or like a sentence that says that
Oh, I
we're
guess
going
I
to change the
put
word.
it as a comment. I guess that's not appearing right here, but it is as a comment right there. Maybe it's not appearing for you guys.
I mean,
I mean, we've done this in the past, but we
Yeah,
have a policy during policy committee, and then we talk about the changes we want to make to accomplish the goal. And then we make those changes in the meeting and then recommend it to the board. There's no action being
Don't we
taken.
normally that, but then we have, it's like, we'll consider a policy, but this is we will review this policy.
Review, yeah. I mean, I'm just telling you, this is the policy we have. If you want to give these benefits to part-time employees, you just have to make this one change to the existing policy. Like, you're just changing one word. This is the policy you already have. I mean, we've done this like every policy committee this last year is we have a document with
With a set of proposed changes, and then we have a
not
agenda which
always,
says.
not always with an explicit proposed
But
changes.
then we don't normally have it to be considered something instead of to review something.
I think it was just the wording on the agenda got put.
And
down.
we've gone in like in the issue before, right? If we, for example, have an agenda that says discuss, we can't vote it.
Yeah.
And so that's why, like, I mean, the verb seems to matter a lot, in my understanding.
But
So
the
I also
policy
think-
committee doesn't actually change the policies. It's just
Okay.
discussing them.
yeah,
So
it seems like we're looking at
the
the
board
policy,
approves this.
making a recommendation, yeah, and then the full board makes a change authoritatively.
we're just workshopping the idea with you guys. You guys can say, no, we don't think part-time employees should get benefits, so don't bring this back. Or you guys can say, we want to give them full-time pay instead of part-time pay on the holidays. You know, it's like, there's different, but I don't know, this is just how we've done it for the last year, so I'm confused.
Okay, well, I disagree that this is how we've done it for the
Yeah.
past year, strongly. But I mean, I'm perfectly happy with, we can discuss it. I will not vote on it if we have to vote on it.
You guys don't have to vote on
But,
anything.
We
We're
might not
just,
have to vote at all, but I will not be voting on anything. But we can certainly, I think, discuss.
Yeah.
ideas we have.
so that I'm just, yeah, that's all we're doing, I think, is discussing the idea of should we give part-time employees holiday pay? And if so, it's a one-word change. I can take it to the board on Tuesday with the one, I mean, it's not a complicated policy to write. It's just changing the word. Usually we do workshop pretty complicated policies, but even then we start, I don't know, it doesn't matter, but
Yeah. I just want to comment. I like that we have C with like specification. These are all, I'm sure, just in every job, but like the holiday falls on Saturday with the preceding Friday. I feel like I've seen like employers in different lines of work like try to take advantage of that. And then also that U.S. holidays may not accurately reflect occasions of cultural or personal importance for all employees, and so it's like not, we're not really like putting all these things on everyone mentally, but they're still getting the days off. And overall, the important part of the policy change, I think this is useful because when I think of my time previously as a part-time employee, I always had a second part-time job. And so then if I had to work 6 hours one day in that week, then I might have to like ask for that other job to take more time out or something like that, rather than if they're split like 4 and 4, kind of like lucky way of splitting your 2 part-time jobs. So I feel like this allows our employees to like still be full-time in the combination of their employment. And so I support, I like the change to include our permanent employees in this particular policy.
Agree, and their per rate seems like fairly reduced.
Any public comment, Mr. United? Is there any public comment on this agenda? item? Okay. Is there any further feedback you were looking for?
No, that's it.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item 3.2, community spaces policy. The committee will review the updated version of the proposed community spaces policy, give correction to staff, and a recommendation of the policy to the board.
If we can go to the flyer policy, Maya's gonna be on her way to do the spaces one.
Okay, holding that agenda item for a minute. Moving on to 3.3, community flyer policy. The committee will review the updated version of the proposed community flyer policy, give correction to staff, and a recommend the policy to the board.
Okay, so we discussed this at the last meeting and we made a couple wording changes. And so this is the final version of the policy to review before shipping it to the board next week, but wanted to just go over it one last time with you guys. So the purpose of this is, people ask us to post their flyers, their information on either our property, like the future bulletin board on Pardal or on the community center. So we just want to have a process to say yes or no to people, since we get these requests a lot. So this section talks about the only types of information, and our legal counsel's reviewed this as well. So this is the only kind of information that we will allow posting for. These are like local events, we're public services, educational, social, cultural services, and information disseminated by local organizations. We want to limit it to, not 1 month before the event so that we can share the limited space fairly. And then the not permitted section, I think, is the more complicated one, but it's no political campaigns or political organizations. Something that's content not related to the general purpose of the bulletin board, which this is the general purpose up here. So that's like if people can't just post random things that have nothing to do with public services or local events, essentially. That was a tricky one to have, because we don't want to just have anything posted. We want it to be relevant to the community. So our legal helped us come up with that language. Sexual content, profanity, vulgarity, racism, hatred, slander, threats. That's obviously we'll have to make the judgment call on if something falls within those things. But these are, that's what our legal counsel has said is a good definition to use. Content that promotes or fosters discrimination or personal attacks on the basis of race, creed, color, age, religion, gender, marital status, national origin, physical or mental disability, or sexual orientation. Again, that was, I think, one of the worries we had before is like, could people post things that are harmful on the bulletin board? So we can't control viewpoint, but we can say no attacks on people for these reasons. Content of a political, religious, philosophic, or personally opinionated nature. So someone can't feel like, okay, I'm going to use the community bulletin board to say my position on something the board of supervisors is going to be taking action on. So it's not for those things. There's other forums for that, but it's not this forum. Commercial advertisements. So if someone is selling anything for profit, or, if a business wants to say, we're selling cookies on Tuesday, they wouldn't be able to do that. Solicitations for fundraising. And then this is just a simple one. Obviously, they all have to be the same size. And then this is just the process for us receiving the materials, which I know we tweaked a little bit at the last one, but we said 2 weeks is free and longer than 2 weeks will be $5. And this is just a reference to where we based our policy. I guess the downloads to a PDF, but it's the Mountain IVCSD.
I have I hope, a random question. Do we need to address, or is there a place where it's addressed, like whether or not we are the people like printing or creating some kind of poster, or whether or not the person who wants to create their thing
Yeah,
Okay,
I think we'll be printing them.
got it.
Yeah,
Oh,
Which makes sense because it, wanting it to fit in the normal letter size.
yeah, and it's not a big cost to us to print.
Yeah.
We have a pretty good deal for,
Well, especially
we're
when
really
we,
printing one copy.
yeah, when we limit, just to one page.
And that's why I mean, not why, but so that people don't overload us. If they want more time, they can pay us for the more time. Yeah.
Got it. Then I have no questions on this.
So to me, I feel like we raised a lot of the issues and like the wording, these are just all protected categories.
I guess I was a little confused by the printing thing. I somehow came out of reading this thinking that they were going to bring us something to us, and we're telling them that they cannot bring us something that is large 8.5 by 11. Because if we're printing it, then
Well, they might ask, I want it to be 11 by
Okay.
17, or they might send us a PDF that's 11 by 17. We'll just have to squish it to make it 8.5 by 11. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
if somebody shows up with something that is, I guess you do say all materials must be emailed.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, that's cool with me.
I know that you guys had like issues with like, can someone like log jam us? But that's why we put, no two for the same group at the same time. So you can only have, and then you have to start paying if you want it off forever.
I will say a correction what I said, or even like a previous agenda item where I was staring at verbs, and I did miss that there's a recommend verb in here. I still think that we can't review something that doesn't exist yet, but I do think that we can recommend something here. And so if anyone would like to recommend this policy to the board, as a motion, I would.
You mean the one that we're currently just going to
Correct.
flyer policy, or the?
I mean, if you wanted to do the other one, I wasn't going to vote on it, but this one I would even vote on.
For tidiness, I feel like we should just leave them all as just like things that we gave direction to staff, and
Yeah.
usually also in my memory of policies, our other directors are also really good visually at seeing things that we might not see. And so I think that we're like 50-50 as a policy committee as to things that are like swishes. They're usually like, oh wait, let's change one small thing.
That's
So
true.
my ego is not into like my recommendation for any of these policies.
Okay. I honestly couldn't remember whether there was discussion. Whether there were people who were complaining that we did not have enough stuff on the consent agenda and that we kept forcing them on the normal agenda for them to vote on, or whether they were complaining that we had too much stuff on the consent agenda.
I feel like every time we workshop it and we're like, oh yeah, it's A+, and then our other directors are like, that's not A+, it's A-, but we'll get you there.
Okay.
And our legal counsel is starting to recommend we do all our policies by resolution, so we couldn't do them on the consent agenda.
Okay,
But
all
we can
right.
do them all in one resolution, or I think it's easier to do separate ones. We'll just have to vote multiple times. Yeah.
Okay, well, seems like we all think this looks great.
Well, I can start with the community spaces one. And then we can, Maya said she'll be here soon. She's just leaving another meeting. So there's a lot happening here, and Jamie did get a chance to, there were a lot of questions last time we left off, and we had to ask Jamie to go through some of it. And so she has had a chance to look through the parts we had to look through, especially like on alcohol and such. So I'll just start, but I know it's just not going to be as good coming from me because Maya's been working pretty heavily and closely on these for a few months now. So the first one is the reservation space cleanup and offense protocol. This is, I know one we discussed a lot at the last meeting. This is just to make sure that people are respectful to the space and leaving it the same way they left, the same way they found it. So yeah, I wonder if you all had a chance to look at this, but essentially it's saying they have to, they have a responsibility to clean. This is the kinds of things we want them to clean: trash, wiping down, organizing furniture, so they can't just leave, everything disorganized. And then failure to do it will be considered an offense. So we have different types of offenses: minor, moderate, and severe. A minor offense would just mean we talk about it with them and we give them some education. So, if they left a couple tables out, not a big deal, but we're gonna talk to them, make sure they understand. If they have a bigger offense, let's say they spilled a bunch of, I don't know if that's, yeah, let's say they spilled something on the table and then they left the table there with like, orange juice sitting on it. And we have to do some extra work to clean it because, we have a cleaning service, but they don't do things like that. They're like our janitorial services. They're not cleaning food off tables. That's not what they're contracted for. So we might have to do that. So they would, and I think that was a bad example, spilling drink on the table, but you know what I'm saying. So something where we have to, go above and beyond a simple reorganization to clean up. They would have a fine of $100. And if they don't pay the fine, they can't reserve the space anymore. And they'll have to meet with us to prevent that happening in the future. And then a severe offense, let's say they left the place in absolute chaos and just beyond chaos. Like they spilled things, trashed the place, they'd have $200 fine. And then if they don't, they will be, they'll have a 1-year prohibition from using our spaces if the fine's not paid. And yeah, it'll be up to our staff to determine, the nature of the offense, and that's pretty much it. Any thoughts on this?
Not for me.
I'm curious, just out of curiosity, a comprehensive 1-year prohibition, not merely a 1-year prohibition, it's a comprehensive prohibition.
I think that means like if you trash the community center, you couldn't use a community room there.
Okay.
That's how I'm interpreting it. I think Maya had a reason for putting that in there, but I assume it means like you can't just now start trying to use the other space. Maybe I think that's what it's trying to say. Maybe we could say that differently. But
Okay, well, I'm really liking the tiered offense structure.
yes.
And I think this sounds reasonable.
Okay. Well, this will be really helpful for us. We haven't had too many issues, but there are always issues. And now we have a way to collect the fine. So we pay by credit card, which we didn't have until recently. A way for people to actually pay the fine besides check. So,
You have to work it off.
yeah. All right, next one is, so this is one I know you guys discussed a lot last time, and it is an interesting issue, is the no-show for their reservations. So, since people, if they no-show, that means the space was blocked off from anybody else for using it, and then no one got to actually use the space, and it's a limited resource for the community. So that's why we want to have something like this. It's happened more than we'd like for it to happen. So we're saying, if you want to cancel your reservation, please give us a 48-hour notice so that we can at least maybe give somebody else the opportunity to use it. And then, we'll just send it in through one of the channels. Here's the offenses. If they don't attend and they don't give us the notice, they'll be put on probation. So that means they'll get a warning, they'll have a review of the policies, we'll quiz them. Basically, it's just like an educational thing. We'll help inform them of why this is not a positive thing for the community. They just have to complete their education before they can use the spaces again. That's like the first time. If they keep doing it, then we would either have to restrict them from reservations or suspend their reservation making ability, or reducing their priority. So if they might still get it, but they'll just be lower in the pipeline to get a reservations. We have a way for people to report no shows.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in 2.2, 1, in the event of repeated offenses within a specified time frame, do we need to create a specified time frame, or do we need to?
I think it's an open question. If you guys want to do a quarter or a year,
I'm leaning towards a year. when I think about how busy our community center booking system is, so much so that we like dedicated some other staff time to it, and we see that it's like constantly in the 90th percentile. So I feel like we're not hurting for reservations. We don't need to be lenient on the no-show
Yeah.
policy.
And yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to enforce because we're not here 24/7 for every, there's reservations as late as 9 p.m. So, and
Yeah.
some as early as 7 a.m. So we're not here all the time, but we do know to drop in. Like that's going to just be a practice we're going to do is, we're going to just be here randomly at different times just to see what's going on. I mean, that's for all policy adherence. So like last week after the board meeting, me and Spencer dropped in at a reservation. We noticed they were like not following the policy. We just gave them the information. But that's what our community spaces staff will actually be doing. It's just, dropping in, keeping an eye on things and making sure that everything's going well.
I'm still trying to understand the scenario of, so somebody is essentially intending to cancel, but just one person from the giant meeting shows up. Do we consider that to be a no-show or not?
I guess I don't think it would, I think it would not count as a no-show because let's say you were hoping to have 100 people come, but no one came to your event, but you still showed up and put in the effort to have it. I think it should still
And if
count.
the effort to have it is I show up with my yo-yo and I just sit here and I'm like,
Well, yeah.
technically I'm here.
Yeah, if it's a
like,
yo-yo show and you show up with your.
Oh, but I meant like it's not a yo-yo show.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I scheduled a meeting of the Democratic Students Association, yada yada, and then I show up, but it's just me with my yo-yo. I'm like, technically we were going to cancel. We weren't allowed to cancel within 48 hours, and so I just showed up just
Yeah.
pretend I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I don't bank on this community to waste their own time.
Yeah, I know, but the fact that we have this much policy around it makes me think that there's like if we're just kind of like banking on the idea that people aren't going to waste their own time on these sorts of things, then it's like, what is the policy for? So I'm trying to like get an understanding of the cases that we're trying to deal with and how we will actually do the enforcement in practice.
I think that if you're an organizer of an event and you show up to the event, it should count as a.
Yeah.
It should not count as a mission. Because like sometimes things happen. Planning events is hard, especially as like a first-time student. And I think that especially when we're talking about banning people from using the space again for a year, like that's pretty high risk. I don't want people to be deterred from attempting to put on an event.
And that's
Okay,
only
so-
for repeated offenses. So if you do it, if you like
No-show,
just
like-
totally no show, like you don't show up and no one's here, that's like still a warning. And then if you do that again, then it's.
And it wasn't a ban for a year, but it was
With-
repetition within a year, and then it simply says extended probationary period, which could be shorter than not specified in the
Yeah.
policy.
Yeah, I
But-
think I misinterpreted my suggestion, but
Oh.
I'm glad you made it clear.
The another aspect which kind of followed from what Lou was just saying is the idea that like I might have an event and then I've booked a speaker to show up to the event. And then the speaker the morning of says that my plane did not is not taking off. I'm stranded in some weather condition somewhere where I will not be showing up. And so we're insisting that somebody show up, even if.
I mean, they can still like try to zoom in the speaker, like you
That's a good
can workshop to try to make your event still happen, or try to have people here and like discuss the speaker and so you can still.
We
try
want to encourage them to at least try to have an event with some people here.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be
I just want to understand.
understanding. Like if someone sends us a note saying, "Hey, this freak accident happened. Like there's a national weather storm," and the person. I mean, we're also gonna understand. It's not like we're more concerned, which we see happen. It's people rent it and then it's just dark, and we've seen it like happen ourselves. Like we walk by and there's just no one here at all. That's more the issue here. It's not like small attendance necessarily. We have 3 people use the spaces all the time.
Okay. I think we can move on.
Well, so
Oh.
I want to like be more clear with what my suggestion was. So in 2.2.1, in the event of repeat offenses within, so this, that first clause is like, how many times can someone repeat offend? I'm still good with a year as like the window of what makes it a repeat offense, I think, or is that stricter than I want to be? I'm okay with a year being the window of like, don't do this twice in a year. But then I do think that we need to say what the extended probationary period.
Oh, right. You want, yeah, it would be good to have your thoughts on how long you want them to be, restricted or not allowed. I see that B and C are repetitive, so we can consolidate those into one. Because these are, it's kind of different. You can just remove restrictions on B and make the restriction all in C, and B is just like reduced priority for your reservation compared to somebody else. Yeah, I guess would that be for a quarter or a year?
Since it is an extended probationary period, to go back to the non-extended one,
Yeah.
what's that one?
It's 2 weeks.
Well, it says that you must complete the quiz within 2 weeks, but it doesn't necessarily say.
You'll be on probation for the 2 weeks. That's what I think that's how I'm reading it here. Maybe it could be more clear, but
It could be more, we
Yeah.
could.
Clarify
When
the
it says
language.
probation status entails the warning, when on probation, you must complete a quiz. The quiz will be provided and must be completed within 2 weeks. But it doesn't necessarily say that the probation could last for a quarter. You just have to complete the quiz
I
within
see.
2 weeks.
Yeah, the intent wasn't for it
Yeah.
to be for 2 weeks
Okay.
here, so I'll put a note that we need to clarify. Unless you guys want it to be something else, but that was the.
It's also
how
interesting,
it's-
if we have a must there, what happens if you don't complete the quiz within 2 weeks?
You remain on probation.
Until you complete it.
That's my,
So I think what it's saying, or again, I think we need to improve the wording here is, you have 2 weeks to do it within the probation period. But if you don't complete the quiz, usually in the other policy, for example, you end up having to pay a fine. So I think you would just be on an extended restriction. I think you maybe can move into the 2.2. So I guess we could work on this a bit more in terms of, but do you guys have any direction on how this could?
so in this first one you have highlighted 2.1.2, I think 2 weeks is a good, fair first infraction probationary period, personally. I support that. I think if somebody were to not complete their thing in 2 weeks, but they're a first time offender, God, that's such harsh language, they just remain in this kind of probation period until they do the quiz. And we just leave it like that for that first tier. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, and then they're off. Then they're back once they finish the quiz. Even if it's like on week 3, they're just back in good graces at that point until they do a repeat.
Yes, I would support that.
There's like a minimum of 2 weeks.
Minimum 2 weeks.
All right.
Continues if you don't do your quiz.
Okay, and then on to the extended probationary period.
Yeah, so I support that it's considered a repeat offense if it happens within the same year. I think because of our community, we might need to specify whether we mean academic
Calendar
year
year.
or like calendar year.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you guys have a preference?
Oh, well, and also, academic year, calendar year, but also if it's like within the same like
12
year
months.
boundary, like it's like if you do it today and then you do it 11 months from now at the beginning of January.
I think that's the
next year, it's
fairest.
like,
Yeah, I think that's
That's
That was what I first thought you
Like
meant,
a
but then
year
as
from the day
actually
you do
thinking
it.
about it, I started thinking about like maybe the academic year actually sort of makes sense as like a boundary sort of thing, but then people are just gonna hold cancel in the last week.
No, when you made
Yeah,
it real.
that's really confusing around summer. too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
knows what
Alright,
academic year
Yeah,
that is.
that's so-
Exactly.
So
So I
12-month
think,
period.
yeah, 12-month
12 month
period.
period.
I
Sounds good.
support that. And then extended probationary period.
I feel like for a lot of our policies, you've been the person to lay down the like, here's
Yeah.
the
I know.
actual punishment now. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at you.
I mean, now I feel strict though. I don't know, I just think about the original intent of this policy coming to us to review was that people are probably unintentionally like reserving a space and then not using it, and then that takes away space from some other community member.
The people who have so far been reserving it and then not showing up, have they attempted to, within the following 2 weeks, reserve it again? Or did they just reserve it one-off and then we never hear from them again because they don't show up and they just go away?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think it's usually one-offs.
Because if that's the case, then again, this policy does nothing. That will not prevent people who are.
Yeah, but I think we had already said that we didn't want to penalize them for the first time. So it's like, it's hard.
Yeah. I mean, just because there's a problem doesn't necessarily mean there's a solution.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
I mean, if there's like a gap in that education too, then like if they do this and then say they forget and they don't take their quiz or do whatever, and that just continues extending, the next time they go and try and book something at the community center, mine's gonna be like, okay, so actually you have to do this quiz thing,
Yeah.
and now you know that this was really not okay, and then probably that's within the same 12-month period, and now you know that if you do this again, you're really not gonna be able to use the community center.
So we could be strict. Because they've gotten like 3 notices on our policy, or on our wishes or whatever.
Did you come up with the extended probationary period yet?
No, I
Okay.
haven't. But I just, my first thought when I first commented like minutes ago, I was thinking the extended probation period should be a full year. But now,
I think like 6 months.
yeah, I think 6 months is fair.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
And then I'll work on the wording between B and C because it's a little overlap. So I'll make B focused on lower priority, and then C on restriction on use. See, it kind of repeats itself. All right.
Actually, I think it might be good to just do it this way. Is there any public comment on either this section or the previous policy section you're looking at? No public comment because there's still no one in the audience. So the person who's echoing me on text message is a friend of mine who is not around here. Moving on to reservation notes show. Sorry. Moving on to parking spot utilization defense.
So the issue here is, dealing a lot on parking, but we're having, this is a significant issue we've been having, which is people not following the parking rules at the community center. They end up parking at the IVRPD side of the lot when they don't get approval from IVRPD to use it. And that has a lot of like liability issues for us. We need to restrict that because if someone parks on the part of the lot that we don't own, they trip and fall coming to one of our events, massive lawsuit for the district. We need to make sure that there's guardrails for people to be following the rules on parking, and they haven't been part of our policies before. So every community center reservation, they get like these policies and they have to read and sign something that says they read and agreed to them. We do already send out information about this in the emails, but it's not in the policy. So that's, just adds another layer of like authority to people when they rent it, that you guys really need to follow the designated parking spots that we have, or else it will escalate into the offenses system. So we do have some parking spaces and we are able to designate them for people if they need them for their event. They do need to let us know if they need to have parking. But that's the first part, is that there are designated spots. Yeah.
So when you say that they need to let us know if they need parking, does that also include a conversation of when you go into the lot, these are the spots you can park in?
Yeah, that's all reservations get that already, because some people have just found the key sometimes for the parking lot in the center, and without even telling. So yeah, all the reservations get really clear maps, like diagrams showing which spots are, green, red, these are for you, these are not for you. But yeah, we like to know in advance that the parking lot's being used so that we can try to keep an eye on how it's getting used. Because someone can tell us, we're gonna only use the 2 spots, and then they end up using 10, which, we only have the 3. And then there's a section about misusing the handicap parking spots. So again, like there's 2 handicap spots and 3 regular spots. Even if your event is only for your event organizer, if you've opened the parking lot and you're using it for events, someone parking in the handicap spot is a violation, regardless, beyond us. Like that's not allowed. So we have a policy on not misusing those. So while some people might feel like, oh, it's just parking sitting there for us to use, and no one is handicapped coming to my event, well, we don't know that, you don't know that, and if it's being allowed to be used, we have to have them for the purpose they're there for. And then misuse protocols is just a way for what counts as misuse. So then the violations, which is incorrect or unauthorized parking at the facilities that we have. That's just the definition of what the violation is. Probationary, we're gonna always do the education first. So it's a warning, review of the policies, quiz, 2-week probation period. And then repeat. This is just copying the section before in terms of probation to repeat offenses, and then a way for people to submit them, and then the way we would enforce it. And this is one where usually we have eyes on the ground on seeing if the offense is happening.
Do we have any instances where someone has an event, there's some kind of improper parking, like the event organizer uses their 1 spot, but the gate is open, and then other random Isla Vistans are like, hey, parking, and park in there, and then it becomes possibly a nightmare of them, their car getting locked in and this kind of snafu?
Well, it's part of our education already. Like when they do a reservation, like if they are going to use parking, we ask them to control the lot. So it is like on them to do that.
Got
it. It has happened. Like
Yeah,
where
I'm
people
sure.
just leave it open, and then random people start flooding in to park. But it's up to them. Like that's what this policy
So that's
says.
a part of their responsibilities.
Yeah, it's part of the if an attendee of an event, well, I guess we can change that to if somebody misuses the parking lot during your event, it's the responsibility of the person who signed the paperwork to reserve it. So I'm gonna actually put a note here.
Yes.
If parking is at all. Maya's on the call, by the way, I forgot to mention. But yeah, this is really to cover our legal liability, this policy, more than the other ones are like fair use of the space and make sure that it's all available to everybody and being used best. But this is really to cover our insurance risk.
So the handicap parking thing,
Yes.
given that it is already like a law and there's already a way of enforcing that law that exists outside of us, I could see an argument, like I'm kind of leaning towards trying to say that we shouldn't make a policy for it. We should simply say that if somebody reports that to us, we immediately call parking enforcement people, who hopefully we will have. I know we don't actually have parking enforcement people, but we call them and then have them deal with it, because I just don't want to be in the position of us having to decide whether somebody is legally is allowed to use the handicap space. Like there's determining that process is something that would not like our staff be in the business of arguing with somebody about whether or not they actually have satisfied, because then you have to look placard, like is the placard valid, is the expiration, like there's all sorts of stuff. And some weird argument with somebody about that, whereas like the police have probably got a process for it. Oh, you left it at home, let's look you up in the database. Okay, yeah, sure, you're allowed to use the space or whatever it is. Like
Yeah. So in that case, like right now, then let's say we don't include it and we see a car without a handicap placard in the handicap parking spot. Do you want us to just call the police then and have them come check it out? Because that's the only.
I guess I don't really like. I mean, we don't have a parking enforcement people. I guess.
Because that's all we could do
Yeah.
at this point.
I mean, is the alternative that we're just not going to do that? Like, is the idea that we're going to,
We
You're
do
right,
nothing
and it
right
gets
now.
a little
Yeah.
bit legally confusing because we had similar ADA questions with the library when it comes to service animals and questions we get asked. And there was a big craze in like 2018 to bring your new dog to the library, and it became this thing legally where like staff at public service points had to be asking, "Is that a service animal?" And so we were given a special script we had to ask that was like approved by like UCSB's like full council team as to what are the 3 questions you can ask, and like someone could just loop you and you just keep asking the same question, and it's like really uncomfortable for the staff person, probably uncomfortable for anyone with like the true need. It is a little bit murky, you know, like I don't want our staff to feel like they have to like get in some kind of like moral argument with someone, but over a parking spot, but
we could be even more hands-off on it. We could just have it, whether or not there's already knowledge of doing this, or that we put a little sign next to it that says that, like, complaints about the handicap to be filed with local dispatch. And then if somebody shows up and is annoyed, they can call the police. Who are like, actually, I guess I was about to say we're right over there, but they're not actually there anymore, are they? That place is empty.
Which place?
Is anyone actually at the foot patrol building anymore, or is it just?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
great. They're
it's not
right
all
over
the
there.
time.
So they
Not
can
all the
come
time.
right over here. And like, I don't know, maybe we don't actually need our staff to do this policing at all.
I think I would want to ask Jamie about that
Okay.
because like if let's say we're hosting an event or it's like a yoga class, for example, and somebody wants to use the parking spot, usually we do ask like people can message us in advance if they need accommodations. But if let's say the person's event from before had somebody park in the handicap spot, not a handicapped person, or they don't have a permit, they leave their car there. But now our person who wants to come to the yoga event afterwards can't use the spot. Well, the car that's left there, that's like left behind, what do we do about that? I mean,
Isn't that a different problem though? Like, that's not because they're not handicapped, that's because they're not actually at the event. Like, don't we have some, isn't there other parts of this policy that like you can't just leave cars there randomly? And maybe
that's not technically in that.
Not in the policy, is it?
I mean, we could add that in, like you have to leave, all the cars need to be gone by the time the event's over.
we probably should have that in
Yeah.
general, but your like experiment. I think maybe this particular group, I would want a little bit more clarification on like questions, because I don't want to put our like staff into some position of having to like do arbitrate or like make a call or like have an uncomfortable conversation with someone who might be abusing the handicap spot. Not yet, not until I know exactly what they have to say. Or yeah.
Well, I'll ask basically to Jamie is if we did what you're saying, like, here's how you can report violations of the handicap spot, and it's like just the 911 essentially, or non-emergency number, sorry, 911.
That's what I was thinking. If it was 911, it would be like, okay, that people figure it out, but I don't want to call 911.
Yeah, but yeah, there's a non-emergency number for the county. Yeah, I think I'll look into that more on how that.
Yeah, because we had like this script of like 3 questions, and like it just led like people abuse the rules in the library very easily. It's not a big deal, but like this one over parking, I can imagine someone like your situation where they really need that parking spot and now they don't have access, and then it puts a weird friction between the person with the need, our employee, and the person without the need. And then they're kind of having to answer to it, and that can be really hard unless we don't have like everything spelled out for them.
Yeah, I think once we have parking enforcement stuff, I think we'll be fine. But that's like a little bit out, so we do need a solution until then. In terms of the offenses here and the timeline for all that, specified. I feel like we should have a shorter specified timeline for this because it's just a more serious issue. It's not just showing up and it's not. I don't want to say whatever. No one shows up, but no one's hurt. But if people are repeatedly offending this, it increases the chances of something bad happening.
Yes.
And that's a legal liability to the district. So I would recommend a shorter time frame to be on the escalated situation.
You said that we were working on getting an arm. Will the
Yeah.
arm allow people to leave without having to unlock a thing or like anyone can get out, these can only get in?
Yeah, so there'll be a
Okay.
controlled system. The issue still is that that we'd have to still set up some sort of barrier on the IVRPD side because it still will be open access to their side of the lot. But yeah, we could better control the in and out once we have the arm.
Like we might need 2 arms.
We will have 2 arms,
Okay.
one for entry, one for exit on the same driveway.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
I
something.
was thinking more of 2 arms between like our area and the parks area.
No,
That
That's-
sounds
that-
extra expensive.
there's no arm that long.
Okay.
Like it's like 2 parking spaces plus a gap.
Yeah.
The arms
We don't
don't
have
come that
parking
big.
infrastructure.
Yeah, so the control is to allow for people we know who won't break the rule, like the MTD shuttle. We can give them unlimited access to the lot because we know that they will only park in this spot always and leave, and it'll all be fine.
Yeah.
But it won't necessarily solve the problem of, okay, I'm just gonna let 15 people in now because I have access to the.
Well, can we have a controlled system where we know how many spots we have, and then the gate will only let that many people in until somebody else has left?
I don't know if the technology can do that. I think the technology we're getting is already like the most advanced we could find in terms of like having it not be a traditional parking, because almost all the other technologies out there
Just one car.
are based around tickets, like, you know,
Mhm,
like
mhm.
getting a ticket and then putting the ticket back in. This one we were able to find is like just a fob where you click, you know, like the car keys, like you just click open and it opens, and then you click that you're leaving and it lets you leave. And that was the only company find to do that. So I don't know if we can limit per, like, you know, from 1 to 2, maybe. I mean, we'll try to do that. Like from 1 to 2, we can only let 3 cars in. But there's sometimes legitimate use cases for, let's say people are dropping things off.
Mm.
Like we do allow that. Like we do let you bring in your car, drop things off, and then drive off if you don't have all those spaces. So yeah, I think we can just one day eventually just put up a barrier on the other side too. But then IVRPD would have to agree to that. They'd have to approve that barrier. They'd have to, you know, it'd have to
Control the
work for
barrier.
them. They'd have to control it. So
And we will
beyond,
be painting our spots too. Sorry to scare that probably a bit loud. We're gonna be painting
sorry,
ours either with our logo or with a pretty design to hopefully help with that distinction.
yeah. So we'll make it clear, like the ones on the ground where you can use it.
Mhm.
So the specified time frame of repeat offenses, that was the question
Mhm.
you had asked. I think it becomes a repeat offense if you do it a second time within a month
I
for this
agree.
particular instance. I feel like that even that is lenient.
I agree a lot. I was gonna say a month. Too, so.
Because usually there's an automatic, like a UCSB, I think the parking fine is like,
60.
yeah, like 60
So-
bucks, like one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
And
we're not
it's-
fining.
It's hard to
Hundred is-
read the legalese at UCSB on where to park and when it changes.
They used to let you be able to buy tickets where you're not allowed to park. So you buy the ticket and then get fined for parking there.
I think you can still do that
Yeah.
actually in the
No, it used to
library.
be
Yeah.
way worse, but I know what you're talking about.
So yeah, we're not doing any fines here. We're just taking away the use of the space.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, and also like if you're putting on 2 events in a month, you should know the parking rules.
yeah, I mean, usually the offenders are the regular users, to be honest. The one-time users are not as big of a problem here than the regular users. They get comfortable, I guess.
That makes sense.
And so then the only other thing we might need to say is what the extended probationary period is. And so your description of kind of like regular users, I think that then the extended probationary period of if you commit 2 parking infractions in a month, then you have no parking with us for 2 months or 3 months. I'm leaning towards 2.
2 months.
Because clearly, if they're a regular event organizer, they need parking to put on their event.
I
Then
think
they-
2 months is fair though.
then
Like
they
it
can't
hurts
do it.
enough.
It hurts enough to where they'll learn.
Yeah.
And then the restrictions, do you want to restrict them from the parking facilities completely or the spaces
Parking.
from parking?
Yeah.
What are the parking facilities but not spaces?
No, like I meant spaces as in like the buildings
the room.
themselves, like, oh, if you
Oh,
violate. Okay.
I feel like you could use the room, but suffer, figure out somewhere
Yeah,
else to
yeah.
park an IV.
So, but
Yes.
take away the community, like, wait, sorry.
Take
because
away the
there's two.
parking.
There's
Yeah,
two.
just the parking.
Just, okay, take away the 2. Makes sense. Okay.
Oh, I'm suddenly having a lack of vision here. Can you give me an example of something that people do that's they're not allowed to do?
They park on the IVRPD side of the lot.
Okay.
Without necessity also, like, it's not like there's like 50 cars in there. It's like,
I mean,
it'd be 1 car and they just park in
Yeah.
the wrong spot.
And so to
well, no,
verify,
sometimes they'll use all 3 that we have, and
and
then
then start to encroach.
4 others on their side.
Got it.
and those are like I'm running an event. I need to have a person whose job is to like sit at the parking lot and make certain that the spots are used correctly. Okay.
I mean,
great.
yeah, we've done that with some, like the
Yeah.
chess tournament, for example. We had to talk, like, that was one where I was, here on a Saturday, obviously, I live across the
It was
street.
pouring rain that day.
I saw like, the whole thing packed, and I was like, hey, you guys have to have somebody go in and talk to your members and remove these 10 cars.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I really hope that we get some kind of extra barriers.
Yeah,
All right.
one other thing I think we could add into this policy is that people are allowed to get permission from IVRPD, but it's a separate process.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
we do inform them of that, and we do let them know already, but you're allowed to go through their process to get the lot. So the
Can we let
ST,
people know too that like you are going to have access to 3 parking spaces?
we do.
Okay.
Oh, it's super clear. I mean, like, it's been iterated on
Get
so
3,
much.
that's it.
Yeah.
Maya provides maps with like little color codings of all the different
Yeah.
things you can and can't use and what time it is.
Yeah, and it was never always that clear, but like as it kept going, Maya's improved it and made it like extra clear. But like, for example, the STI thon last week, they got a permission from IVRPD to use the lot, so they were using the whole thing, and it was fine.
All right.
Next
Is
up,
there any public comment on parking? No. Moving on.
now Maya's here, so I'll turn it
Oh.
over to her to take it for the checkout form completion.
Thank you. So yeah, basically I wrote on the side just the things that I changed since our last meeting. So I changed the title of like what the form is called. It used to be called post-reservation form. Now it's called the checkout form. I removed the satisfaction components altogether. And then changed the order of the questions as you guys requested to put like the most important details we need at top, and then they trickle down to least important. They also included a liability portion for consequences, so we can go down. Sorry, I should probably look at my screen. Let's see. Oh, right here. Failure to complete the checkout Google form may result in liability for damages to the space of your reservation. So basically just warning people, and this is something we had talked about last time, is just warning people that, the reason why we have you do this is to remove you, from liability. So if you don't fill this out and something's damaged, then you could be liable because we don't know the last person in the space, and what happened. So that is kind of what the new addition was. And then the other one is the same. I need to fix that number. yeah, that's pretty much all that I changed from this policy from the last time that we spoke, but check it out and let me know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think that came up at the last meeting. It's like, what if somebody damages a space after you've left? Well, that's why we're making you fill out this form and send it to us so that we can clear you. Say, okay, no, their pictures that they submitted look legit.
And it is nice too, because now that we have Leslie as like our project manager, she is able to be really diligent with people and make sure that they fill it out. So it's not like they don't fill it out and then we start punishing, she reminds them and tells them like, hey, you didn't fill this out, this is important, this is why. And I already can tell that there is a lot more improvement in general, but I think it is good to have something in place just in case, our kindness in trying to tell people, doesn't work. So
Okay, any comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, moving on. Admission
Okay.
charge authorization. Ms. Bergo.
So this next one, I kept the comment that you guys had requested at the top, which was just research more on what IVRPD charges. So in the comments on the side, I kind of show, if you click that show more, Jonathan, on the comment.
You're gonna have to read.
Yeah, of course. So it says, 50 to 75 for low intensity use, 75 to 350 for a medium intensity use, and then 250 to 350 for high intensity use. It does depend on whether they're local and how many people there are. If there's more people, they charge more. And if they're local, they get a discount. And then they also have extra charges on top of that for like alcohol, a monitor fee, electricity, and then, for example, like in Anascoyo Park, that's one of their bigger parks, and when you have bigger events, those fees can like double or triple into sometimes the thousands. My math is wrong, don't quote me on double or triple, but it can increase in price is what I mean. So I kind of, when looking at that, I was trying to kind of think of like a good way for us to kind of model it in the same way. Another thing is that I noticed on their website is that they didn't allow people to charge for events or put up barricades, and they had to obtain their board approval if they wanted to do so. Which is just something for us to note that was what I researched. In comparison to what we are trying to offer. I did talk with
The
Jamie.
first set of charges we're talking about was, the ones that are,
The 50 to 75.
that's what's being charged by the Parks District.
Yeah, Mike, could you explain what
Yeah.
the charges are?
Yeah, so yeah, the charges are what the Parks District puts in place if you want to rent a park. And the reason why I put this in, conjunction to this policy is because when we're seeing like what is okay for other people to charge, or like what we are going to allow people to charge for, if anything at all, I wanted to show like what, the other rental fees are, and what services that they can provide and charge extra for, I guess, is the context of why I looked into that. And then also just like that they're not allowing other people to charge admission, which is something that if we want to charge admission, it would be different than what they were doing. Does that make sense?
I need to ask a question.
Yeah.
So, those charge numbers, the 50 to 75, that schema, that's what the Parks District collects of the person who is renting their park.
Yes.
Yes.
Regardless of whether or not they are charging admission to their use, but they have a scale of intensity that they decide to charge.
Which is similar to, we have an intensity scale as well.
Of
So
use.
yeah, that's how
Okay.
we manage like
Okay.
what hoops you have to go through.
Got it.
But no matter how much you use us, we do not charge you
Yeah,
because we did not want to charge people.
yeah, that's a policy decision
Yeah.
that we made. Oh, well, if you're local, if you're private business or not from Isla Vista, like if a nonprofit from outside of the area want, there's reasons, some people need to pay, but we haven't really had those people try to use this. But this is for like groups who want to charge when they're hosting an event. Like I'm hosting a party and I'm gonna charge $20 a head to get in. But yeah. No, you can keep going.
Yeah, and so the goal of this is just for us, primarily is for us to be able to control like who is charging for things and who is allowed to charge for things and what that money is supposed to be, what that money can be used for if they are charging. And that's kind of why I differentiated it. So for example, admission charges can only be imposed if they're fundraising for a registered nonprofit with proceeds directly covering the charitable activities, covering production costs associated with organizing the event, such as equipment rental or other performer fees, or receiving explicit approval from us to charge admission, and us meaning the board, which is not me, but I guess that you get that. And then what is not allowed is if people are just charging to make a profit, or they're charging without any sort of permission from us to do so. And the goal here is to keep the space a free open space as much as possible. But we do want to be able to allow like, I mean, I think the community center is a great place for a fundraising event for a nonprofit, and we don't charge nonprofits to use it. So it would be a great resource, I think, in general for the community, if we were to consider that. And then just basically going into like what would happen if you went against that, and then it kind of goes into like the different probationary measures. When I talked to Jamie about a lot of these different probationary things, she was saying that we should have some sort of clause, and I'll have to get more detail on her as she continues to go through it, but some sort of clause that basically says that like we have the agency to decide like what probationary measure we feel is appropriate as staff, and then pending how that is, like Jonathan would have like a say on like if an additional measure needs to be taken or if something different needs to happen. But that's just something to keep in mind when we're looking at the different probationaries and probationary measures and how we want to move forward. So. But yeah, a lot of this is pretty consistent with some of the other enforcement that is in the other policies as well.
It seems like we've got the same thing. We're gonna need to establish some probationary periods here.
It says a minimum of 1 month. But it's determined by this, that's what Maya just said, is Jamie had recommended we make this determined by the staff with a minimum of 1 month.
Oh, okay.
But the
He did just say
the
that. I know.
specified time frame though, is we could use
Within,
your input on
yeah.
repeat offenses.
What can you do, Marcos?
Yeah, this is really around people like profiting off of a free community space. Like if they pay
feel
to
like-
rent it, that's a different story.
I feel
We
like
don't
within
want
a
them to pay to
quarter.
rent.
Well, we'll get there. I mean, eventually
Okay.
we'll build out that system if you guys want it, but yeah. Sorry.
I feel like if you do this twice within a quarter.
That makes sense. And I will say the people that have done this, it and that have repeated it in past has been like it's like a yearly event and they did it twice, or like it's not as common. But I think like twice a quarter would be good, just to make sure like if somebody has one profitable event and they think we didn't notice and then they try and do it again, I think it would be good.
So when we say quarter, we're talking about that 3 months.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Okay.
that
3
for
months.
consistency, I feel like we should word it as 3 months.
Yeah, not school terms. Yeah.
It's okay. We all.
I go by
Yeah,
quarters.
yeah.
All right. Any other comments?
Do we need, oh, wait, no, the extended probation period is for the staff to decide.
All right. Any public comments? Hearing none. Moving on to alcohol presence.
There's a lot on
Distribution
this one. So Maya had a lot with Jamie on this, and then so yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and dive in. This I'll be transparent. She's still working on a couple of the different policies that, or not policies, codes that we need to reference. For example, like the codes
Business
that,
and
yeah, all of those codes were things that I researched and I shared with her. I'm not a lawyer, so these are just things that she is looking over. She told me today that she's still looking into that. So just want to be transparent, but these are things that I noticed that would be good. One thing that she did say that we will need to work into the policy is that, based on the law as it exists, that there can be alcohol inside of the community center, but we need to make sure that people know that it cannot be consumed on like the public street or the public sidewalk. So inside like the confines of the community center is fine, but like they can't be serving, in front of the community center. I don't even think the parking lot, the back patio, like it needs to be kind of within that confined space. So when we are thinking about this policy, that is going to be something that we're going to need to work in. And just make sure that we're very clear in how we educate people. We do have an alcohol safety agreement that we already have and that she's helped create. So she said that she also wants to work that into the policy as well and just make it very clear that like in order to have alcohol, you need to have the alcohol safety agreement filled out, and she's going to build the safety agreement out more so that the policy can just reference the agreement as well. So those are the updates that I have so far on this specific policy, but I'm open to any questions or notes that I should bring to Jamie's attention. And just to kind of go over these codes that I found and reference on the side so that you know. Essentially, like the person selling the alcohol needs to have a license to do so, and they need to prohibit different resale options, unlawful possession on the premises. It is unlawful for any person or licensee to be on the premise for a different alcoholic beverage than what they have. So, for example, if you have a beer and wine license, then you can't, be serving hard alcohol with your license. Things that are mainly pertaining to the person's license. Yeah.
So is our district slash our community spaces going to have to like jump through any hoops in order to obtain this like sometimes drinking license or alcohol license?
I mean, if we wanted to serve alcohol, but this is for the attendees
So yeah,
or
so
the organizer.
so there's like a temporary alcohol license if you have an event that they would get outside of us.
From the
And
state.
yeah, we just require them to do this lawful thing.
Yeah, so they would need to provide us those licenses for us to approve their.
And
event.
that's where they would designate the drinking area, which like might not be within the walls of like the community room.
Yeah, that's like the alcohol distribution plan. They would have have a checklist, make sure they have all that built out. Like
Yeah.
they would have area, they'd have their license, they'd have the what they're serving.
Got it. So I guess my question is, so we're not the ones deciding whether or not their designated area of drinking is okay. That's decided by a different agency.
No, the area is up to us.
Okay.
I mean, if they say we want to have it in the parking lot, then we'd say like, no, that's not allowed. You need to make your designated area here instead.
I'm just, yeah, so what I'm thinking about is like our clear, like kind of patio with our garage doors of our community building. And like kind of a previous Isla Vista in which like you are on your house's property or whatever, but you're not in the four walls of your house, and that's like drinking in public. And like maybe I'm just misinterpreting. We covered all this with our like
yeah,
our festival or but I'm thinking like with my older Isla Vista brain about like that becoming some weird problem that is not clear, and we're the ones who want to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, we would enforce what the drinking area. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what you're saying, Marcos, is what Jamie was talking to me about today. She was recommending that we almost say that it has to be within the walls of the community center. And I've talked to a couple other event planners about this when I was developing it. And they were saying that in general, it has to be in some sort of enclosed space. Like even if you did an outside event, they normally have to have like a gated area, especially if it's in like public view or public right of way, which, the back patio even is kind of a dicey area. Like maybe if they barricaded it all off, but those are the types of things that we'll have to be looking out for when we're looking at where they're serving alcohol. I would even go so much to say as we should maybe even because they can't, if you're serving alcohol inside the community center, they have to stay within the community center while they drink it. They can't like go out into the, parking lot with their drink or, into the back lawn even. That would go against like the safety agreement. So and the
That's
law.
how like for like solstice is run, is like if you want to get a drink, you have to be within this like orange cone area that is shorter than most adults who are drinking, but like, yeah,
That's essentially what we'd have.
Got
to
it.
do. Yeah.
got it. I don't think I have any other.
I'm now almost a repeat of Marcos's earlier question, because I've now become really confused about this. So there's like a process maybe with ABC or something where people can go and get a temporary permit for some kind of one-off event. Is there no, and I appreciate this is not complete yet, Jamie's still working on this, but is there not intended to be any kind of mention of that you might need a permit in here? Because it says that you have to like get our approval and you have to notify the foot patrol. But like, I could see it being common to have a thing in here because there's all sorts of like requirements that we have, like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And it's like, well, that's not necessarily sufficient. That's just what we want you to do. You have to do all of that and you have to do what ABC says.
Yeah.
And so like I can see there being like a clause in here that says that like compliance with any requirements placed upon you by other regulatory bodies and by permits you used in order to clear this.
That's a good
must be
idea.
maintained.
Just to add in ABC requirements.
Yeah, and it could be instead of it maybe not specify ABC directly, but saying other regulatory bodies if you don't want to specify ABC directly, because it might be whatever it is. But like oftentimes there's like a deference to like the other bodies because I just can see somebody being like, well, I did all the thing, I had the bartender, I had this thing, and it's like, but the permit you got said you also had to do this, or said you weren't allowed to serve this kind of drink. You were only allowed to serve that kind of drink, and it's like, yeah, but that wasn't in your protocol, like your policy. It was on your permit. So.
That makes sense.
Yeah. All right, well, it seems like we're out of comments or any public comment. Still hearing none, moving on to funding events.
So this one is slightly uneventful as well. The one thing that the board has asked for in the last was just to cite in the state code for that we cannot fund things with alcohol, and have that as a reference. I brought it up to Jamie again today, and she said that she'll look into it. That was me saying I could not find the exact code, but she's going to add that in onto this italicized line to cite the legal code as well. Other than that, everything is exactly the same as we saw in the previous policy meeting.
Tend to use the funds for purchase of alcohol or any illegal substance. Oh, I guess because we're not going to pay them more than we're not giving them profit. I was like, well, what do we know what they're going to use them for? They're going to use the funds. It's 3 weeks later. But we're not letting them have profit. I think we are though, right? Because we're paying for like music teachers and things like that, and that's like it's something they're getting profit from that. So so.
Yeah.
If our dance instructor has is just really into recreational drug use.
No, it's more for the event.
Okay,
during the personal use if they made money. Yeah, but we're not. This is more for like events where they want to have a concert and they want us to help us pay for the concert, not necessarily paying somebody to perform a service, which might be part of the event. Like there's a couple. We
might be helping them to purchase this band.
Yeah. Who then the band might get paid and they might go buy drugs or alcohol, but that's not up to us.
Okay.
It's more like direct purchase using our funds. That's like a few steps removed.
Okay.
Yeah.
It makes her.
And this was, I think, UCSB has the same rule when they're funding events actually too, so.
And most of the time when people request funding, it's me paying or the district paying for the funding directly. Like they normally send me like an itemized budget and these are the things that they would like to have if possible. And then I can go through and say, okay, like this makes sense, happy to support this. I see alcohol in there, it's an automatic. No, not that that's happened, but it's good to have it in there just in case. But
I guess if they, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm not like giving people like a stipend, for example, where like I don't know exactly where the money's going. Like they normally itemize it out to us and then we provide each item.
Ready for the next one?
Are there any other comments we have? Are there any public comments? Okay, seeing none, moving on to the next subject.
Last we spoke on this policy, we didn't have any notes for it. It was just kind of lumped in with everything else, so I didn't change anything, but just a quick overview, just in case any feelings have changed. Basically, this policy is just to have a system for charging events in the community spaces that we are putting on. For example, some of the classes we offer are more specialized and they can be more expensive. And in order to offer more often, eventually a very small fee for the people interested in taking the class will help us be able to provide more free events than charged. And so differential pricing is just making sure that any price that we offer is drastically lower than any of the other competitors and also not competitors, but any of the other offerings in the area and looking to things that would otherwise be too expensive for somebody to participate in that we can offer to support the community. So yeah, specialized skills not offered elsewhere, or if they are, they're very expensive, and then significant educational or cultural value to the community. And then, we will do a cost comparison to make sure that they are lower, ensure affordability and accessibility, and then continuously assessing those prices to make sure that they remain at a low portion, also offering a sliding scale to people and subsidized options if even that is unaccessible. I put this in italicized. I think we were thinking about it last time, but having the option for people to seek community sponsors to help subsidize cost of the events, which we could do if you're interested in, making sure that we have a lot of outreach and promotion, and then a fair selection process with transparent pricing and, like I said, regular evaluation, making sure that they are low and continue to be accessible.
So it's not like for the yoga or dance classes or anything like that. This is for like something super technical. Like I don't even want to say an example because I don't want to be wrong, but
No, yeah, no. For example, the comedy
or
class.
something. I don't know if there's a class yet anywhere.
The comedy class was one of them,
Oh.
because it was pretty expensive. I mean, I had two classes at that level. There was a permaculture class and a comedy class. The permaculture class wasn't very successful, so it's not being continued, but the comedy class is doing well. But because I don't have both, I can still afford the one for now. But for example, like those are the kind of classes that we're talking about, like some sort of like enriching skill or something, but we still want to offer like our base level, like free classes that we've always offered. I'm not just gonna, we don't want to just start charging for things that have been free. It's mainly like if we want to add things on that have more expensive teacher costs that we can offset them.
Like there's no comedy class at SBCC that you can take for free. So so that we would be like, if somebody wants to do that's like so if there was, then we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do this.
We wouldn't allow charging.
Yeah. And this is for us to charge people to take our class so that we can recoup some of the costs.
Got it.
But only under strict conditions.
Another idea that is like someone a couple of times has offered they want to teach like silks, for example, like aerial silks at the community center. That is a very, very expensive class anywhere you go. I mean, I think that there's some at the rec center, but even that I think is pretty expensive when I looked and when I did some research. So we would need to like be drastically lower than anything else and show that there's a need for it as well and a want that community members want this and they would take it if we offered it.
The Goleta Community Center does stuff like this, where there's like subsidized classes essentially, where you're not paying $180, you're paying $90 so that you can like, get in more easily.
And I think downtown as well, like the Curio Rec Center.
Yeah, Harbor City doesn't. Actually, almost all their schools are you have to pay for at the city of Santa Barbara, but it's the same idea.
Any comments?
No comments.
Any public comment?
Here's the last one.
I don't got any
No.
comments, so. what do you
Last
got?
one, Maya, and I think this is the one.
This one is new. This is new. Added it on since we're talking about community spaces policies, and this is a big one. Basically just assigning some time, some specific times for when reservations open. We want it to be a very fair process. Some people know already, you know, way in advance to start planning, and we just need to kind of we need to corral these reservations and give them a time to look forward to make sure it's fair. Because we do have a lot of conflict that arises from competition, which is a great problem. But so timing, so for winter quarter reservations, we propose that they will be made starting December 1st of the preceding year. For spring quarter, reservations for spring quarter can be made March 1st the same year. And to go back to what we said earlier about like quarter, we can, you know, denote each quarter, you know, like with dates as well to make that more clear in the 3-month periods that they are. Summer reservations for summer can be made starting May 1st of the same year, and then fall quarter reservations can be made starting September 1st. These are like the basic outlines, but of course there's going to be some exceptions. For example, for a high intensity non-recurring event. So this is a very big event with, I believe off the top of my head, I think it's over 50 people. And it's not reoccurring, so it's happening just once. They can be made up to 6 months in advance of the event date. And then I just defined it as significant logistical or planning requirements, including but not limited to large-scale conferences, festivals, or community-wide gatherings. And since we are beginning to branch into the next segment of the community center, which is weddings, putting it on your radar now, as there will be a lot more to come soon, is that for weddings, reservations can be made up to a year in advance of the wedding date. This exception allows couples to plan and secure the date of their venue for their special day. This is consistent with what I've seen in other facilities, both downtown and Goleta, and just in general for weddings is about a year. Reservations will be processed first come first served basis, the opening dates above, the earliest possible dates for making reservations. And then the provisional reservations. So yeah, that is the policy. Please let me know if you have any questions, comments.
Yeah, one thing I'll add is like this helps make, you know, you can never have 100% fair system, but one of the things I was thinking about for having this is like there's some people in the know and some people not in the know. So if you know, you might start reserving, like, you know, I'm going to reserve a year out, I'm going to reserve 8 months out for my club meeting. But a group that's not in the know, that's like newer, they might they get blocked out because the people in the know block out the people not in the know. So this makes it, and UCSB does something really similar for their reservations. We won't be as cutthroat as like the SRB reservations are, but those are very like people stand in line, or they used to stand in line at night, overnight to get a reservation. We're not going to do that, but that's the idea here. It's like keeping it so that everybody has at least a day, and we will make that transparent. Like December 1st is the day for the next year to start getting your reservations. Because yeah, we've had people come to us for like their club meeting in October for like the next spring, which is fine, but also it's like someone else might not know that necessarily, and like they haven't had a chance to like acclimate to the community and like start learning the resources. So that was what I was thinking about, is like helping it be more fair to people in the know versus not in the know.
For exceptions for high intensity, non-reoccurring events, do we have a limit on the number of high intensity events we allow to happen in a 3-month period, like at our community building or room?
Like not per user, like in general.
In general, yeah.
We
like,
don't right now.
There's only one high intensity event per week, or there's only 2 per week or something like that.
We don't have that right now, no. But they're usually pretty uncommon in general.
Okay.
So we haven't felt like a need to do that. But you know, some things that fall under this, it's like, well, IVRPD wants to do like a Black History Month event next month. It's a big event.
Yeah.
That would count. The Zero Waste Festival is happening like by AS. That would be it's like a pretty big event. It would fall under this. So things like that. Technically, like a birthday party. Like we've had a lot of kids' birthday parties at the community center. Those are usually like a lot of people are showing up. So you know, if somebody wants to get their birthday party in advance, this would count.
My question I'm thinking about is like our internal staff capacity for high intensity events on like a week basis or a month basis or something like that.
I see.
Maybe that's not something we need to concern right now.
I don't know, Maya, you can talk about that. Has it been too much, or because we do extra work.
Yeah.
I don't think we've gotten to that point yet. We have had multiple high intensity events in one weekend, especially spring quarter. We'll have, you know, a high intensity event like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and they're big. But I haven't heard anything from my staff yet, and I haven't noticed anything that was out of the norm. I think a lot of the times we're just happy to see a lot of people in the space enjoying it. And people are pretty good about cleaning up when they have big events. And, you know, if not, we have a whole other cleanup policy for that, but we haven't run into any issues yet, so.
Got it. That's good to hear. Yeah. And then my other question is, are we charging for wedding?
Yeah, that's something we have to.
And are these like ceremonies only, or like after party only, or the
Oh, I
whole
have
shebang?
a whole proposal for
Maya's
you.
working on it. So we'll be next policy committee meeting.
Okay.
Because it's
Gotcha.
always been something talked about since the beginning of the community center, and we had 1 or 2 requests in the past. But we do need a scheme for them.
Yeah, I'm not worried about like, oh, it'll be bad to have a wedding here, but more so that like someone's expectations might not be met, and then our district employees are in like an odd position. And
we don't want to get too off agenda, but
Got it.
we do have a plan, or Maya's working on it in terms of pricing, what it's for, number of, it's not, I'm thinking like it'll be mainly during the summer where we have them, not as much, that's naturally what people want, and also not to, so it'll be a whole thing. It'll be very competitive with the rest of the
Very
summer.
excited to share with you all because there's a lot to see.
You mentioned birthday parties. I know when we were first talking about, during the earliest discussions that I was involved in, which were of course decades after people were first talking about the usages of the community center, people were often talking about quinceañeras. I was curious, I searched here how far in advance plan quinceañera, and apparently people plan these things like 6 months to a year in advance. And I don't know if it's something that like you've got this very specific narrow cutoff for weddings.
No, it's for the high intensity events. So if somebody
right.
has a quinceañera, that could count.
I see, 6 months in advance. Okay, all right. I was staring at the wedding one for 1 year.
Yeah.
But yeah, 6 months.
Yeah, and we've had some birthday parties come in at 6 months in advance or so, or a few months in advance.
And we could extend that if you wanted to. Like I have had people put a birthday, date or a bridal shower like a year in advance, and I hadn't I hadn't, had any problem with it because especially if I know that it is an Isla Vista resident and that they are using the space for a family gathering, a lot of times people will come to a gathering that a family member had at the community center, and then right there on that day, I'll normally get 1 to 2 reservations, and they could be, I've had one that was a year in advance, but most often they're about 6 months in advance. So if you wanted to extend it to offer a year to high intensity, I would be open to that, but yeah.
All right. Any other comments?
No more comments or
I'm
suggestions.
done. Public comment? Not hearing any public comment. Looks like we are now done providing feedback on this
We're
particular
done.
policy.
Yeah, and so we'll bring the ones that are done to the board that we feel are done, but there's a few that still need a lot of work, so we'll bring
I'm
them.
curious, is this one gonna come back to us or is this one going to the board?
Which one?
The,
Timing?
oh, you mean the specific, you're actually
Oh,
gonna
this
take
is like a lot of
sub-pieces.
policies.
Oh, you're saying
and-
that some subsections of this.
Yeah,
code.
you know,
Okay,
we'll
all right,
take them
cool.
as they're done. Like, we're
Okay,
not
all
gonna
right,
wait.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay. How long have we been working in policy committee on the?
We took a
community
break.
Spaces?
We didn't
did.
meet from like September to December. So. But yeah, we've been working on these this summer.
All right. All right, well, moving on to future meeting dates and future agenda items. The next regular meeting of the policy committee will take place on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 6 p.m. on Zoom and at the community room at 970 Embarcadero Del Mar, Isla Vista, California.
Let me pull up your future agenda item list.
Cool.
I have. Why can't I find policy committee right now? The public art policy is just other things have taken priority, but we have to make that adjustment on the commercial side of things that you guys have mentioned. The paid family leave policy, we need to update to integrate disability leave benefits. That's just something we've learned along the way. We also need an overpay policy, and I've mentioned to you all why we want, it's just a standard thing, just an outline process of how we handle overpays to employees. So I added those in recently. The order you guys can shuffle, I didn't mean it to be ahead of anything else. You guys have talked about having a policy to honor groups at board meetings and recognition. Policy and contracts, RFPs and renewals. We have one already, but I think there was a request to look at it again. Appointments process policy, and I think this is for not necessarily in the case of an appointment, but the process for how an appointment is done. I think Jay, you had brought this up.
Yeah.
Facility naming policy. This has been done. I guess we just need to find a slot in a future agenda to put it in.
I remember seeing that policy.
Yeah, I've sent it to you all before. GM policy is the spending limit and time off requests. I was asked to edit those things by our board leadership. The tree policy, I'm not remembering exactly what the tree policy is, but I know that Jenna has been looking into the tree issues and how we can
Policy
engage.
on how we can distribute trees to community
There we
members instead of having to have them all.
Jenna's working on that.
All
So
right.
it's on her. She's going after the tree issue.
So excited.
And then the other, oh, this is a period. That means something got deleted that used to originally be there. That's an oops. But these are other policies that were brought up last time. Oh, time card policy is just a simple thing, just to make sure employees turn in. It's just a thing that says employees have to turn in time cards on time. Policy for missing shifts and scheduling. I think that's coming from our compost collective, and I need to get more clarity on what that is. But we've just had some issues where we have so many employees and missing shifts causing issues in that. And then dependent care. So these two came up at the, oh, I know what this one was. This is PFL for non-pregnancy. That's what that was. So
it was too long.
yeah, so these came up when we had worked on the paid family leave policy as other potential employee benefits, which are dependent care, which we don't cover dependents right now with our healthcare policies. Master's stipend and paid family leave for not pregnancy, because right now our paid family leave policy is only for in the event of you're pregnant and you have a kid. So that's another one. So it's a lot of stuff. So we can be very busy this year. And I can add to this list right now if you wanted to.
Nothing? Got more policies for that right now? Okay. All right. Is there any public comment on future agenda items you'd like to see added? Still seeing none. Let's move on to adjournment. Anyone like to adjourn this meeting?
I will move to adjourn.
I will second.
All right, motion by Craig, second by Aguilar. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, say nay. Nay. Okay. Motion passes 3-0-0-0-0. Calls meeting adjourned at 7:42 p.m.
Thank you guys.